Hi, welcome to the first roundtable of the 21st Century Guitar Conference. The topic is composing for guitar. Our chair is Felipe Ribeiro. Felipe is a professor of composition at the Universidade Estadual do Paraná, a researcher at the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and editor of Revista Vortex. This journal's latest number is a special number entirely dedicated to the guitar. I will post the link to this number in the chat and in the Facebook's comments. Filippo, to you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Rita, Amy. First of all, thank you for the invitation and greetings from Brazil. So yeah, we have now 1 full hour of roundtable with 5 composers, Daniela Fantecchi, sorry for the pronunciation, Rita Torres, Steve Goss, Sundar Subramanian, and Tim Brady. I have prepared a few questions. And of course, these questions are, the whole meaning of these questions is to start a complex, I hope, a complex debate. And I think we can go in terms of rounds, perhaps starting with Daniela alphabetically. And my first question has to do with, of course, composition today, critical distance, and the whole question of tradition, right? So let me explain a little bit about this question. We know that the great tradition from Tárrega to Segovia and beyond has shaped today's guitar playing and composition. However, today in the so-called the era of noise, how do composers maintain critical distance to write, literally to write new music, but without denying tradition? So on that matter, I remind you of Luigi Nono's concept of the error as a necessity. So I asked the composers, what are your strategies on dealing with the past and today's expressions? How do you face the concepts of pitch, for instance, pitch, noise, or even error and indeterminism in your music? So in other words, how do composers maintain critical distance to write new music without denying tradition?
So I guess it's I will be the
first.
I'm going to be the first. Okay, so it's a very huge question, and of course I think I can speak from my perspective. So from what I'm used to do, and basically I've written 2 pieces for guitar, just for guitar, and in both cases I use electronics to well, to make a dialogue with the instrument, to try to figure out how I can go beyond the physical limits of the instruments with the electronics. And in both cases, I use 2 piezo mics that are contact microphones that enhance the proximity of the sound as a perspective quality. And well, I don't think I was really taking care of tradition in a specific way. I mean, I was trying to see which kind of gesture could be useful and fruitful to get the sound result I was keen to get, and also trying to respect the idiomaticity of the guitar, but not really trying to have a confront with the tradition of, like, for example, I'm thinking of like virtuoso modes of playing or this kind of things. I'm as for any other instruments, I'm I deal with. I'm used to reflect and concentrate on the sound and sound matter that I can get from the instrument.
And just to be sure that everyone is on the same frequency, I'm asking these questions on the composer's perspective. Okay, many composers here are also performers, but I'm focusing more on your opinions as composers, right? So stepping aside perhaps a little bit from the instrument and taking a different perspective. So yeah, thank you, Daniela. Now, Rita. Oops, your microphone is.
Yeah, I know. Well, I would say I've written acknowledging tradition and ignoring tradition. There are both cases. I think the latest piece is, yeah, I've really ignored tradition, the pieces with electronics, but in the earlier pieces, the ones I spoke about them this morning, there was, one of the pieces could couple with Steve's piece, Little Mot de Fire, because it revisits Homenage. And so there's a lot of tradition there. And the first piece I wrote, Sirenotsenen, yes, it echoes many pieces, Brouwer, Dien, it echoes a lot of what I used to play as a student. Maybe, I don't know, maybe because I've played less and less, maybe that's the reason also, because I'm more distanced from tradition. I'm not sure about that. I would have to think.
Okay. Steve?
Sure. I mean, I think everything I write has some kind of relationship with tradition. I've written a lot of concertos, not just for guitar, but for other instruments. So you're immediately put into that kind of orchestral world, the orchestral musicians, the audience, and so on. So you're catapulted into a tradition. So everything you do obviously relates to the past and the fact there are historical pieces happening all around. Similarly, if I write for soloists and guitarists in particular, you're thinking again about the context of the performance. They're playing to a particular kind of guitar audience, and they're playing, the rest of the program is made up of pieces from the past, the tradition. So I think all my pieces either take some aspect of the tradition and glorify it, comment on it, or in some way kind of interact with it, or the piece will deliberately set itself up against a tradition, almost as a critique. So I think, everything I write will have references and quotations and so on to music of the past. So I write for acoustic instruments, for often performance contexts that are not necessarily in the new music world, but are in the kind of general music world. So kind of tradition is all around. I can't really escape it. And I kind of love that interaction with it, I think.
Okay. Sundar? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Sorry. Yeah, you're pronouncing it great, actually. Much better than most people. And I think, I guess when I think of critical distance from tradition, part of what that means to me is also just kind of not being narrow or chauvinistic about a tradition, and being aware of and open to and able to respect other traditions. And I think as if we are guitarists as well as composers, in some ways I think we have certain advantage to that, in that the kind of largely Spanish derived tradition of our instrument, as you like the one that you mentioned, is already at a certain distance from the kind of more mainstream Germanic tradition in which our more general music education is steeped. Definitely in the US or Canada, as a guitarist, if you you're teaching or gigging, you're generally required or asked to play at least some percentage of music that's outside the Western art music tradition to begin with. So, and I think all of that informs my writing. My electric writing is pretty different, I think, from my acoustic classical guitar writing as well. And they both, I mean, I think they in some ways refer to different traditions. I mean, I think just partly just when I write intuitively, I think I do maintain critical distance without denying tradition, just because all of those influences are there. Both like just by being a part of a contemporary world and by having studied the tradition. So for instance, even kind of maybe some of my work that's furthest outside the tradition, such as the prepared guitar piece that's going to be live streamed on the 26th. I mean, it's still structured in a sort of rondo form, in that there's usually still some grounding in tradition for me, even when it's heavily an exploration of timbre and extended technique.
Okay, just to add a few more information, you're all invited to comment on each other's point of view. Okay, and the other thing is perhaps we can also talk about new music for guitar today and tradition, not in a binary vision. So perhaps we could try exercise to understand tradition not as something that we're either pro tradition or allergic to tradition, right? So to finish this first question, I'd like to ask Tim Brady for his opinion.
A great question, and as everyone said, we could spend like the next 27 hours talking about it, but I'll try to keep my chat down to 25 just to show a little bit of. I have two comments. One is interesting. I don't play classical guitar at all. I play only, and I've only played steel string and primarily electric guitar for the past 50 years. So that for me is tradition. So my sense of what tradition is somewhat different, because the electric guitar is a much newer instrument. It's an instrument that is primarily a North American instrument, does not have that much relationship to the European guitar tradition in terms of both its aesthetic, social development, and technical realization. And so I was just doing the math. When I was born, the electric guitar had only existed for 24 years. So it was a very new instrument, and it's still very new. When I was a kid, I'm 64 years old now, virtually all the major electric guitar innovators, with the exception of Charlie Christian, were alive. Les Paul was still alive. Jimi Hendrix was alive. The Beatles, Jeff Beck, John McLaughlin. So, and most of these people are still alive. So what's interesting, and one thing I found interesting when working and talking with people who are more in the classical guitar world, it's just an interesting relationship. I have a very different, my tradition is much younger and much more flexible, and I have a direct visceral connection with them, because none of this music is historical. Almost all of it I lived in real time. So that's one thing that's interesting. Just the electric guitar has a different relationship with tradition because of its place in history. The other thing that, in terms of my approach to how I deal with tradition, it's twofold. One is kind of more larger theoretical and sociological, and the other is very personal. I'll deal quickly with both. One is that I can't remember when, but at a certain point several years ago, or many years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago, I just came to the conclusion that there was so much music, so much of it recorded, so much available, that tradition both simultaneously exists everywhere, but it doesn't exist anymore because there's too much of it. So that's kind of part of my thing. The other thing is, from a personal perspective, I'm actually kind of more interested in relating the work I do to my own traditions. Like, I've been composing, for like 45 years. And so I've developed my own language. So to me, when I deal with tradition, it's almost more how I'm developing this meta vocabulary of my music. You know, I can point to chords that I use that are chords like Pat Martino would use, or chords like Jorge Ligeti would use. Yeah, I'm very conscious of the reality of the multiplicity of musical materials that exist, but I try not to get hung up on that. I try to really place it in the context of my creation. And I'll just finish with my favorite definition of tradition, and this comes just in the general. Tradition is peer pressure from dead people. So there you go.
Yeah, that's definitely a way to see things. One might say that it's impossible to get rid of tradition. So for I remember reading some Adorno talking about dead people, right? So the whole question of innovation, it's not so much about getting things, getting rid of things, but dealing with things, right? So I understand your point of view, Tim, about a different kind of tradition for the electric guitar, but at the same time, the electric guitar shares a tradition with what we call the classical guitar, right? There's things in common, and another thing quite in common between electric guitar and the classical guitar is what leads to my second question. It has to do with gender issues. And we all know there's so many writings, so many theories about gender, feminism, post-humanism, and etc. But I want to point something quite concrete from our routine as performers, as composers, which is the whole trilogy, the whole idea of okay, the world of guitar is mostly composed by white male, and this whole idea of conservatoire tradition. So have in mind this strong background in music and guitar music. I'm wondering what you were thinking about the whole question of the future of their guitar repertoire, right? Of course, I know there are many women writing for guitar. I'm aware, of course, there are many experimental approaches to writing music for guitar, but perhaps we all agree that there's still a strong division between the strong tradition of, from, like I said, from Sor to Tárrega to Villa-Lobos and Segovia, and this other music, right? So the second question, or the second exercise, is how to be the other, how to think of the other, this other side. So what are your expectations about new music for guitar, taking this perspective? So Daniela, please.
Well, I tend to agree with Tim when he said that now when I think about guitar, it's not just the acoustic guitar, but it's a sort of family of instruments that includes the electric guitar that has a completely different repertoire. And from my European perspective, and also from my younger perspective, I don't have that much knowledge about all the rock and pop culture developed around the guitar world, but I always approach also the electric guitar from a contemporary point of view. So there's a lot of music written also for electric guitar from contemporary composers. And we can discuss here, which is the relationship with a tradition intended as also a tradition that is made from of pop and rock music. But well, again, I think that when you speak about future, when we speak about future, it's really hard for me to stay within the idea of future for just one instrument. So I tend to approach, I mean, at least from my perspective as composer, to approach sounds and music, to have the same approach, let's say, to all instruments. So if I'm writing for electric guitar, for classical guitar, for violin, or for piano, I have to face the same kind of problem. Of course, they are shaped on the kind of repertoire and tradition and modes of playing that comes with the instrument. But still, I have to do with a sound that I can manipulate also through the use of the electronics. And this is, and for what concerns the electric guitar, I always need to have a strong collaboration with the guitarist, because anyone use a different set of pedals, so anyone can can have a huge set of sounds that at disposal of the composer that change, and so the composer needs to have a dialogue, a strong and tight dialogue, because what I experience is always that I come with an idea, and the performer improve it with his her experience. So, well, I don't know if I'm really answering the question, but for me, any future for experimental music is to develop a dialogue with the performers always. And when you have this kind of process of collaboration, you can get to more satisfying results from my perspective.
Okay, so perhaps you're dividing the responsibility. So previously, performers and composers were quite the same person, right? For especially in the guitar music, and now perhaps let's put it this way: perhaps the future is more about a collaboration between collective composition process. Rita, what do you think about it?
I always forget the microphone. I'm not sure I understand your question. I would just like to make a parenthesis in regard to gender equality to say that there's equal representation of both genders in our guest speakers. We have 3 men, 3 women. So end of parenthesis. In regard to if you're talking about my future, I'm actually, I was taught only the classical guitar, and actually I'm quite narrow-minded. I'm in ignorance of the electric guitar. One day I will learn more about it. And of course, if someone asks me to write it, then I will do it for sure. But yeah, in regard to the general future, I think, yes, it will be more and more mixed. I think there will be less, the divide will be lesser between classical and electric guitar. I'm not sure I'm answering the question.
Perhaps I can give you some more input. It's not so much a question of gender issues as studied in feminism theories. It's more about understanding the whole transition, the whole process of writing music for guitar, and we know, the guitar is such an important instrument everywhere. Here in Brazil with Villa Lobos, we have just Villa Lobos as the the hero, perhaps, of classical guitar, and we know there are some hidden issues regarding gender, right? So my question is more about reflecting on that, if there is or not an impact on repertoire, on writing music, and of course thinking ahead. Not only your music of course, but repertoire in general. I mean, is there such a thing as music for guitar written by women? Is there repertoire written by Black composers, and so on, right? So the other is not only women, but minorities in general, right? So that's the whole the idea behind the question, right? We can just ask everyone, and then we can go back to the same question. You're also welcome to link to the other questions, to the first question. Do you want to add something else, Rita?
Not for now.
Okay, not for now. All right. So next one, Steve, please.
Yeah, this is a really interesting topic. Those of you who heard my lecture immediately before this will have heard me talk about it already. But I think a very important thing to point out is that we, as classical guitarists, we only pretend to have a tradition. We pretend so we can be part of the club. This is something Segovia did. He didn't create a future for the guitar. He filled in a fantasy past so that the guitar could be passed off as a classical instrument and have its place in conservatoires. Now that image of the tradition is about to break, and this is a really, really important time. I mean, it's an absurd idea that we have a tradition that has John Dowland, a lutenist, Johann Sebastian Bach, who never played a plucked instrument, you know, Granados, Albéniz, not guitarists, you know, and then you somehow linking 19th century guitar with 20th century guitar. There's no tradition, there are breaks. These are kind of islands. And the islands that are kind of more relevant to contemporary nylon string guitarists like us are the rock music, the jazz, the popular music that we were brought up on, and how it interrelates. In fact, many other classical traditions are really jealous of the guitar because of the kind of we've got into popular musics, through the electric guitar, through jazz, through the whole thing. And in fact, most guitarists who come to conservatoires already improvise. They're already writing their own music, they might be writing their own songs. So as a consequence, we're in this position where we have the most popular instrument on Earth. There are 780 million guitars on Earth at the moment. That's one for every 100 people, roughly. So we're kind of in this amazing situation of cultural significance that the guitar, the classical guitar, could never have dreamt of. You know, the reason the guitar is popular now is because of the 60s, because of pop music and so on. It's not because of Segovia, great as he was. So what we have now is we have the whole classical music world changing and adapting, and it's taking influence, you know, in the kind of music we're talking about already, experimental music, electronic music. There are so many different aspects. And in terms of, this is a real turning point, because I think, yes, there are many, many more women composers than ever before. In fact, I would say certainly in the United Kingdom, of the composers now in the generation of people in their 30s, it's getting pretty close to half and half, which was unthinkable 20 years ago, you know. And in terms of different ethnic groups and so on, you know, there's well, for example, there's, you know, a Black Brazilian guitarist who we've been teaching at the Royal Academy, you know, who's sort of couched in the culture, but of course brings Brazilian music to it. You go to a guitar festival, one night you hear Yamandu Costa, the next night you hear Zoran Dukic. There's this incredible plurality already. Other classical instruments are very jealous of this kind of cultural mix. So I think in many ways, in terms of style and in terms of gender and in terms of culture, the guitar is actually in a very strong position and could actually lead the way forward with this.
I agree, totally, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It seems that there's such a huge opportunity of interaction between electric guitar and classical guitar that perhaps we're not all aware of. So thank you for that. Sundar.
Yeah. So yeah, I think those are Steve makes a lot of good points. I remember his talk about the invented tradition and the Arcadian past from the last 21st century guitar festival, which I thought was great and quite eye-opening. And yeah, it's a good point about how the in a way the guitar has certain advantages when it comes to kind of pushing repertoire into the future. I mean, the cross-genre nature of the instrument probably also serves it well. In that, I mean, I think a lot of the older categories of like art music versus popular music versus folk musics are much less clearly delineated or even relevant in the present day. And I mean, certainly around here, it's exceedingly rare, I find, like to find a composer who's like, you know, only knows classical music, for example. So yeah, so there are some advantages, I think, for guitarists in that way. And certainly the increased availability and accessibility of digital technology makes a big difference. That's definitely one area in which guitar repertoire is expanding into the future. Is like in terms of digital processing is, I guess, real-time digital processing is especially an interest of mine. But we also, I mean, see from, I mean, artists like, I mean, Christian Fennesz or Nambarchi doing very interesting things with, I mean, ambient sound in terms of real-time processing of electric guitar sound. And that's, I guess, maybe one avenue I see guitar music moving towards. A guitar orchestra seems like it's becoming an increasingly bigger thing. Certainly at these events, I know Tim's done work for like guitar orchestras, and that I mean is with especially with the sheer number of guitarists around, as Steve notes, that might be one fruitful avenue as well. With regards to the second part of your question, it's an interesting one. I mean, I mean, certainly I can say in North America, just the sheer difficulty of getting an academic position now, I think, means that a lot of compositional work is increasingly happening outside academia. So if, and I think that's probably going to continue to be the case. If we, I mean, certainly if we look at electric guitar tradition, like ones that Tim and Steve have been referring to, that's not been necessarily as much of an overwhelmingly white dominated tradition. I mean, it's with people like Jimi Hendrix being some of the biggest names in that tradition. And I think, as has been noted, the guitar world definitely diversified in terms of gender. I mean, this conference itself is, I think, evidence of that. I mean, we're organized by Amy and Rita, and I mean, a recent study I saw from, I mean, it was done by the Fender Corporation, so they may have a certain vested interest, but the numbers were that in the US and UK, in terms of like new beginning guitarists, it was about 50-50 between male and female, and also that the proportions of Black and Latino people learning guitar was larger than the proportion of the population in those countries. So I think it is certainly going to diversify further.
Okay, Thank you, Sandar. So to finish this round, Tim, please. Oh, your mic is off. Yeah.
There you go. The classic Zoom move. Yeah, the electric guitar, I find the history of the electric guitar, it's a fascinating history, and it is so male dominated. It's crazy. And what I find interesting is that, as Steve mentioned, you know, the conservatoire, making the classical guitar fit in the conservatoire. So kind of politically, one can say, oh, well, classical guitar went through the conservatoire system, so it was subject to all the constraints of a conservatoire and that ideology. The electric guitar has not been subject to any conservatoire system at all. The electric guitar is completely a byproduct of raw commercialism. And electric guitar companies, they are just as happy to sell a guitar to a female guitarist as a male guitarist, because their only goal is selling guitars. But what is fascinating is in spite of the fact that it is a raw commercial thing, the electric guitar for many years was seen almost exclusively as a male domain. I have no explanation why that is. I'm sure some sociologist has done that, but it has always struck me as peculiar, but it is a reality. That being said, the electric guitar is still fairly male dominated, but it is starting to change. And one of the big things to me, this is once again coming from the commercial world, looking at the commercial world, in the past 3 years, just in the past 3 years, but there are increasingly commercial companies like Fender and other companies, they now come out with signature models by female guitar players. This is considered quite essential. You cannot put out just all male signature models anymore, because it's partially for ideological reasons, but actually the companies, it's for practical reasons. They want to sell electric guitars to female guitarists, so they need female guitar heroes. So my sense is that I have no explanation why the guitar world has been so male dominated, but it is starting to change and it will evolve. And my guess is within 20 years, we'll get to more an equilibrium. In terms of where things are going to go, I would echo Steve's remark that the guitar, all forms of the guitar, is the world's most popular instrument. It is this unbelievable, it's small, it's simple, it's inexpensive, and yet it can play harmony and melody. It really is an amazing instrument in terms of what it can do for the size and cost and the investment. And I think it's smart of all of us who are interested in the guitar and in creativity and creating music to do whatever we can think of with that instrument to encourage people to imagine music differently and to imagine themselves differently and to use the instrument as a tool for kind of expanding their humanity. The philosophical distinction between the electric and classical guitar, there are many distinctions, but to me, at its core, we are all members of the plucked string instrument, and that relates to the oud, relates to the sitar, relates to the tar, and and to me, one of the big advantages the guitar has versus, say, the violin or the piano, or especially the electric guitar, because most of us play with a pick, but we are actually much closer to to use the politically incorrect term, world music instruments. We're actually much more members of the plucked string family, which never became a big thing in European classical music. Okay, there's a mandolin in Mahler's number 4 or 5, but so that I think we should use this fact that we have the classical guitar, as Steve said, they faked it, but they made it. They created this classical tradition. The rock guitar has this very big popular tradition, but the fact that we're plucked string instruments puts us in this larger context of world music, which I think puts us in this unique fulcrum of really being able to explore wherever we want and still maintaining credibility and coherence with what we're doing as musicians.
All right. And now I think we need to jump to the last question. So we have enough time also to answer questions from the public. So the last question has to do exactly with your area, Tim, is should we incorporate the electric guitar in the study routine of classical guitar? So we all know that, for instance, classical players guitarists are used to sometimes to switch to vihuela, to romantic guitar, or even to the lute, right? And what are your thoughts about incorporating the electric guitar in this this big family, like you said. But not only thinking we're easily it's easy to think this question as a performer, right? But what I'm trying to do is perhaps a blend between trying to answer this question as a performer and composer, especially. Like I think Daniela mentioned, there's so many new pieces, experimental works today incorporating the electric guitar, right? Prepared electric guitar, and so on. So what are your thoughts about the electric guitar within the classical guitar world? Daniela?
Well, I think it's quite compulsory nowadays that, I mean, compulsory is maybe is not the right terms, but it's quite natural that a guitarist has to do with an electric guitar as well. And if not, it should be because he has or she has other kinds of interests. As you said, maybe she's more interested in Baroque music, so the tendency is to look back instead of look in the present days. But as far as my experience shows me, guitarists that are used to switch from one instrument to the other because they are used to play both, basically. So, and the potentiality that you have with an electric guitar is, of course, different. I don't want to say is bigger, but that you have more, but you can do a lot with both instruments, but they still present quite different features. And I think that nowadays an instrument player should be able to know the differences and also to move a bit between the two. But of course, as always happens, people has interests, has his own or her own interests. So one tends to specialize herself in a field. So it's hard to answer to this question because I think it's more personal than like trying to give a way to do.
There's no right answer. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I won't say that. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. Because I'm the whole idea is that, of course, we are pro complexity, right? If we can mix those two techniques, those two instruments, why not, right? But it's my question is, I'm thinking more about the community, right? Of course, there are people who are able and willing to work with both instruments. I'm thinking about performers who are willing to do that, like you mentioned. But there's some resistance, right? And it has to do with the other question with tradition, right?
Yeah, and also if I can add just a small comment, I think that people who are more used to the electric guitar tends to have a certain familiarity with a certain repertoires, like rock music, etc. But also having people that start from classical guitar and then move to the electric guitar, then you can have a different perspective on this instrument. So both experiences add value on the way people approach the instruments, and so you can have different perspective that can be quite interesting and challenging.
Okay, thank you. Rita?
I don't want to take much time because we're almost on the top of the hour. I think there could be a compulsory semester, electric guitar semester for guitar students, and also composers, students of composition, could also be offered seminars on composing for the electric guitar. I think that's not, I mean, at least here, In Europe, I don't think that's very common.
Okay. Steve?
Okay, so from the two different perspectives, from the performer's perspective, I think the days of the guitarist specialist are over. I think every guitarist will actually need to play banjo, mandolin, electric guitar, classical guitar, viola, theorbo, lute. Because if people are going to work, they're going to need to be able to do all these things. The idea that you're just going to sit in a room, learn a few classical guitar pieces and play solo concerts is a fantasy. And I think already conservatoires are kind of moving away from the kind of soloist specialist model. And I think composers should as well. And, you know, I might get some pushback on this, but I think adaptability, being able to work in a variety of styles and a variety of contexts is incredibly important. And the idea of the kind of genius artist working on his or her style in a room somewhere is so 19th century that it needs to be kind of unplugged. The poet W.H. Auden had a brilliant idea. He said that, you know, outside my house I should have a little plaque on the door, you know, like a doctor does or a dentist does. And it simply says poet. And people can knock on the door and ask me what they want. If they want a villanelle or a limerick or a verse for a birthday card, you know, I'm a jobbing poet. That's what I do. And I think, you know, it's very easy to get sort of tight, especially in the sort of context of academic research and the kind of stuff we have to produce in terms of research assessment and so on. And what we've got to be really careful of is it just doesn't become culturally irrelevant. Who is going to study our work in the future? What value is it going to have? Who is going to listen to it? So a sort of sense of connection with a wider cultural context, I think, is really important. That doesn't mean we should sell out. It simply means that we should be adaptable, whether we're playing different instruments or writing music of a different variety.
Perfect. Yeah, I agree. I like the idea of I'm gonna do that in my home. Just put composer. Sundar?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, as someone who does play and write for both, and I mean, I think I do see myself as the kind of generalist that Steve is describing. I mean, I know that also means I'm not necessarily a master of any one thing, and I don't think there's any real, I mean, necessity necessarily for everyone to be a generalist. There are, I mean, in a way, there's also a need for specialists, and so especially with, I mean, the kind of just the sheer glut of music and musicians out there right now. I mean, and particularly with the electric guitar beginning to fade from popular music culture to some extent. Yeah, I think it's completely fine for someone to want to specialize in the classical guitar tradition, which is, I mean, maybe half invented. I mean, I don't want to, like, I wouldn't want to completely deny the relevant, like the connections with the lute tradition or with Soren Giuliani, but and I mean, and there's a lot that can be done with that instrument as well, which has its own history. I think there's still a lot that can be done with that, even including working with new technology, and the acoustic classical instrument. And yeah, and similarly, I think there's definitely a space for specialists with the electric guitar as well. It's completely possible to play both well, but I mean, there are also differences, and it is a lot of work to become very good at either one of them. So yeah, I think there's space for generalists as well as specialists.
Yes, perfect. And our last guest for this question, Tim, please.
I'll be very concise. I agree with everyone. I think from a very, very practical perspective, it's like super practical. As the most guitarists now, if you actually want to work and do stuff, you have to have some relationship with the electric guitar. That's just a practical issue. As Sundar said, I believe there will also continue to be hyper specialists. I know some people who not only do they just play electric guitar, they only play electric jazz guitar. They don't own a fuzz box. They they only play with 13 to 54s. They don't play with 10s. And they play jazz amazingly, and that's all they do. So I think that's going to continue. But I think for the general guitarist, the idea of having some scope is probably a good thing. And I say that as someone who literally can't get a sound out of a classical guitar. It's embarrassing if someone says, "Oh, you're a well-known guitar player. Here's a gitar. Play me something. Gives me a classical guitar." I sound like someone who's played guitar for 4 weeks. I have so little technique on the classical guitar. So, but philosophically, I probably would have been fun to have a bit more access to that, but it's a little too late in the day for that for me. But I do think the guitar in its interconnectedness, as I was mentioning in the other question, and the fact of acoustic and electric, we offer this unique cultural artifact to the musical world, which almost no other instrument has. And I think, as Steve mentioned, it really does respond in many ways to the ethos of our era, this sense of it's both traditional and not traditional. It's both popular and conservatoire. It both allows for creativity, but it has some tradition. I think the instrument and the culture we all partake in brings this strength, which I think can be applied to music. It can also probably be applied to larger social issues. So I think I would agree that it's a very exciting time for the guitar, no matter what we're doing with it.
Okay, so thank you. I don't know, well, we're reaching our time limit. Rita and Amy, do we have time for questions, or do we jump to the next event?
I think we're going to be jumping to our next event. We're going to take a short sort of 5-minute break. But I just want to thank all the panelists and Felipe for this really fascinating discussion. I enjoyed it very, very much.
All right. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Rita. And thank you for all the guest composers for all the terrific ideas and sharing.
Thank you all. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I would very much like to welcome Yannis Andronoglou from the University of Western Macedonia. So Yannis holds a PhD in musicology from the National and Kapastrophian University of Athens and is a guitar soloist. As a soloist, he's given numerous concerts in Greece and abroad, and as a soloist teacher, he has participated in important guitar festivals around the world. As a lecturer, he has participated in conferences on the subject of guitar, as well as conferences of musicological, historical, and pedagogical interest. He is a teaching fellow at the University of Western Macedonia in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. Thank you, Yannis.
Thank you all. Distinguished academics, dear friends, today's presentations aims at the historical examination of the issue of transfer of musical elements, melodies, rhythmic harmonic elements of Greek traditional music in the composition of works for guitar. I will also refer to general principles of performance practices of this repertoire. Greek guitarists Dimitris Fampas, 1921-1996, and Gerasimos Miliaresis, 1918-2005, are the early proponents in Greece of the guitar as a respected classical instrument like violin and piano. Using the knowledge they gained from working with the top guitarist of the time, Andres Segovia, Fampas and Miliaresis also created major guitar groups, which continued the important task of creating a respectable and ultimately world-renowned Greek guitar school. Dimitris Fampas studied guitar during his last years as a student at the National Conservatory of Athens, and he worked there with the Greek composer Manolis Kalomiris, the founder and leader of the National Music School. Kalomiris uses Greek traditional music as an inspiration traced by compositional techniques of the Western art music, and in specific of the school of Richard Wagner. Also, he was a man who controlled updates in the musical life of Greece, was interested in the administrative position of inspector of military musical bands, director of Greek opera, president of the Union of Greek Composers, director of conservatories. Another element, the apprenticeship of Fampas with the great Spanish guitarist Andres Segovia at the Academy of Siena. Segovia was a defender of Spanish romantic nationalism in every musical and political extension, as it appears from Segovia's letters to Ponce. Segovia's preference for non-modernist Spanish composers such as Joaquín Turina, Federico Moreno Toroba, and other Spanish composers who used elements from Spanish folklore in their composition was not accidental. Fampas learned from the example of Segovia. He was inspired by Greek traditional music, and he composed works based on or influenced by it. One of Fampas' most popular works, Karaguna, based on the eponymous Thessalian folk dance, was published in 1959 by the Recording Music House. In this work, Fampas uses the dance's method of processing, quoting the main theme accompanied by bass and sometimes chords of an impressionistic color, where the third note of a chord is absent to preserve the character of modality. Gerasimos Miliaresis also incorporated Greek traditional music in his transcriptions and arrangements for guitar. It is worthwhile investigating the reasons for this engagement. These are evident from his abridged curriculum vitae. He received his guitar soloist diploma from the Hellenic Conservatory in Athens. In the Hellenic Conservatory, the director of studies was Manolis Kalomiris. Logically, Miliaresis was not unaffected by Kalomiris' nationalistic views. As mentioned, he continued his studies of guitar with Andres Segovia. Thus, along with Fampas, Miliaresis became the bearer of these musical and aesthetics ideas, and he adapted them to classical Greek guitar. He was a member of the Union of Greek Composers, and he was also the president of the National Council of Music, which by definition means, among other things, the promotion of home products in music. In Miliaresis' work Danse Greche, composed in 1958, which consists of the parts Danza di Zalogo and Danza di Kalamata, for example, the composer uses the traditional song Eche ya kaimene kosme, translated Goodbye Poor World. Miliaresis in general faces a transposition of such melodies or elements of traditional music to the guitar in a heavier compositional way. That is, from the beginning of his engagement with this subject, he introduces impressionistic chords accompanying the traditional themes, rather than accompanying them with a simple bass line, not contrapuntal, as Fampas did in his first works of this style, and even 2 years after Miliaresis. Greek traditional music was also a source of inspiration for Greek composers belonging to the Greek musical avant-garde of the time, with Nikos Kalkotas, who was the pioneer of this style in Greece. In specific, his work, the 36 Greek dances and the Sea. An important example of the guitar works of composers of this style is the Sonata for Flute and Guitar, composed in 1962 by Yannis A. Papaioannou. In this composition, Papaioannou uses a striking rhythms 5/8, 3+2 from the Greek dance Tsakonikos, and 9/8, 2+3+2+2 from the Greek Thracian dance Agrilamas, as well as ancient Greek modes such as the Aeolian. These elements are an exception to the general philosophy of modernism, especially in the 2 decades after World War II, because the motive of the new generation of musicians was versus to the past. It is noteworthy that before World War II, Papaioannou followed the compositional standards of the Greek National School of Music, but later adopts the atonality, the 12-tone method, and more complete methods of serialism. In general, it can be said that by adopting elements from the Greek traditional music, Greek composers whom belong to the Greek musical avant-garde do not contradict the founder of the Second Viennese School, Arnold Schoenberg, who opposed those who used musical themes from traditional music. It should be noted that, according to Frederick Jameson, the contradiction of modernism lay in the way in which that universal value of human production could achieve figuration only by way of the unique and restricted signature of the modernist seer or prophet, thus slowly cancelling itself out again for all but the disciples. Nonetheless, he also used thematic loans from German folk music, and more specifically in the suite Opus 29. Since the world's postmodernist aesthetic movement, which according to Thomas Lyomis has been combined with complete de-ideologization, it also replaces many ideas, many reflections and innovations. As Jameson points out, there is a new kind of flatness or depthlessness, a new kind of superficiality, which, however, is a morphological feature. We today live in the age of pluralism, that is, we can meet every aesthetic style, but postmodernism is the mirror of the globalization we are experiencing. While modernism, result of incomplete modernization according to Jameson, opposed everything that has to do with the past, postmodernism seems to be a dialectical synthesis process of using the achievements of modernism, but also using elements from the past and tradition. In any case, the above is also meant by the etymology of the words itself. Since 1970, postmodernism has dominated the compositions for guitar. Nowadays, composers, after a variety of compositions within the framework of modernism, using the 12-tone and serial technique, use elements of traditional music combined with modern compositional techniques. The top foreign guitar composers have already adopted postmodernism in their works, making it a global trend in guitar composition. Typical examples of such composers are Alberto Ginastera, William Walton, Carlo Domeniconi, Leo Brouwer, Roland Dienz, and others. In 1975, 1 year after the fall of the dictatorship and the rebirth of parliamentarism in Greece, the Greek guitarist-composer Kyriakos Georginakis composes the work For Greek Images, which is published in 1981 by the Nakas Music House. In the specific work, consisting of 4 parts, 4 images, which is a typical example of postmodern transformation of Greek folk music elements, uses ancient Greek modes as well as Greek traditional themes. The melodies, however, are original to him. This proposal gained special dynamics from 2010 onwards as new guitarists Andronoglou, Noussis and others became involved in this issue in terms of music creation. The beginning of this proposal was the release of the album Yannis Andronoglou Traveling, where the lecturer adapts themes from the Greek and in particular the Thracian musical folk tradition, or uses elements from the Greek folk tradition in his works. A special feature of this artistic effort is the direct reference to musical elements and the adoption of techniques used on traditional Greek folk musical instruments, with a clear direction of changing the physiognomy of the instrument from Western to Greekized. The term Greekization refers not only to the repertoire and the techniques used, but also to the acceptance of listening to the guitar in the form of a solo musical instrument by the Greek people as a whole. The guitar is transformed into a solo instrument that enters the culture of the Greek people and leaves the isolated excellence of Western art music creation, as Andronoglou notes. It should be noted that 2010 is the beginning of the 10-year economic crisis in Greece, resulting in the shift of Greek cultural creation to indigenous cultural elements. According to performance practice, the work Fantasia on a Thracian folk song, composed on 2006, revised in 2010 by Ioannis Andronoglou, is included in the aforementioned album. It is mainly based on the traditional song Δώσ' τα λιανοχορταρούδια, Here Upon the Grassy Meadow. This particular traditional song comes from the region of Evros, in West Thrace. The dance accompanying this song is called Zonaradikos and was brought to Western Thrace by the Greek refugees from Eastern Romilia, North Thrace. As far as musical elements are concerned, the rhythm is 6/8, the song is based on the modal musical scale Aeolian. The treatment of the theme in a more contemporary musical style classifies this work into the aesthetic movement of postmodernism as well as a work of art that constitutes coherence among different ethnic cultural communities. We will hear some experts. No? Regarding the performance of works influenced by Greek traditional music, flamenco music can be compared. In fact, regarding the interpretation of flamenco music by classical guitarist Paco de Lucia notes, in order to play flamenco in depth, one needs to be born and live in the appropriate surrounding, because it is a music that is not transferred unless taught in school. One can get to play right, imitating another, but what will always be missing will be the emotions. Paco de Lucia refers to the interpretation of traditional music. Greek traditional music is oral, acoustic, and not art music, eye-centered, as Nicholas Cook would note. However, when it comes to interpreting works of art music influenced by the traditional music of the world, looking at the original traditional melodies performed by traditional musicians is a great help. Thus, we can experience the rhythms, the melodies, as they are heard in their standard form, interpreted with the traditional instruments of each place. Rogi Clark, as concerned the singing of folk tunes or arrangements of folk tunes by a non-folk artist, says, "Do not mar their beauty and deep feeling by adopting some fake folk style. Merrily sing them like other good songs, as sincerely, as simply and beautifully as possible. It is unnecessary for a singer to employ an artificial folk quality if he studies thoroughly the meaning of the text and music of a song." This statement is relevant to our topic. Besides, we are talking about adaptations that belong to the Western art music creation, therefore for eye-centered music. Thus, the rules of authenticity do not apply here as much as a reconstruction as a result of the musical performance. After all, according to Cook, the musical performance of a score is understood as a social event that occurs in real time and produces a specific acoustic trace. All this in the context of uncertainty that even the musical notations process and in which the creative act of the performance takes place, the creative act that makes us keep listening to music over and over again, according to Cook. After all, the purpose of traditional melody adaptation is not to be heard by an exclusively national audience, but to be heard by a global audience. The final question, which refers to whether postmodernism is a functional mechanism for the proportion of Greek music and more specifically of Greek folklore, not in the sense of the attraction for tourists according to Wolfram, or is it true what Mikhail Meraklis says about the customs? More specifically, he claims that, to a certain extent, this century seems not to create new customs, but is fed by the reheated old customs. Or it also seems that the bourgeoisie prefers peasant bread, while the peasant wants nothing more than to become a bourgeois. The positive signification of the bourgeoisie peasant or the peasant people Sima may also be recognized in this issue. Thus, as Meraklis claims, I think that this contradictory twin farmer bourgeois that exists in almost every Greek more than divides it, suspends its complete urbanization. And this is something positive, not negative, vs to the threatened global leveling simulation. Jameson, in the same context, claims that postmodern is to be seen as the production of postmodern people capable of functioning in a very peculiar socio-economic world. In this research and theoretical field, I believe that the use of elements of traditional music in the compositions of works for guitar with modern compositional techniques and styles can spread Greek traditional music in the world and be an updated postmodern Greek music proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yannis. So I just want to open the floor for any questions. People watching on Facebook, you can put your question in the comments, or people who are in the Zoom chat, you can just turn on your video and microphone if you would like to ask questions. No, I'll supply the questions for you. I'll see them on Facebook and give them to you directly.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm staying here for the moment.
Just for the moment. I think we only have time for about one question, but I just
right.
wanted to see if there was any from the group. I think we may not have any questions for you today, but thank you so much for your talk.
It was my honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to move to our next presenter after just a few minutes. Welcome back. So our next presenter is Michael Kadirka, and he has been hailed by the Los Angeles Times as the excellent guitarist in his unsettled score, and by Classical Guitar Magazine as a leading proponent of new directions in classical guitar music. Michael is among the most committed, daring, and diversely talented of the current generation of virtuoso guitarists. An avid and longtime advocate of cutting-edge new music, Kadirka has maintained a close collaboration with Los Angeles-based composer Jeffrey Holmes, and a retrospective album of Holmes's microtonal guitar works titled May the Bridges I Burn Light My Way has been released by Microfest Records. So Michael's presentation today is Revivifying Tonal Repertoire with Microtonal Fretboards.
The classical guitar's repertoire spans many centuries, and in the majority of this music, composers were working in a kind of harmonic idiom that really has nothing to do with our modern equal-tempered tuning. And so in this talk, I'd like to give a brief overview of the tuning systems used by European composers from the Renaissance to the classical eras, really focusing on the various flavors of mean tone tunings, and then also at the end, explore the possibilities for just intonation and working with composers in the 21st century. To begin our journey, I'd like to go back to the Renaissance and talk about the tuning of that era, what we call quarter-comma mean tone tuning. This is a tuning system that was first described by Pietro Arone, an Italian musician and theorist, in his treatise Toscanello in Musica, which was published in 1523. Now, musicians at this time in Europe inherited the Pythagorean system, which was used throughout the medieval era. And what this involved was a way of deriving pitches that was based on stacking perfect fifths. And in the Pythagorean tuning, these fifths would all be tuned absolutely pure. But the problem with tuning all your fifths perfectly pure is that the other intervals, such as the major third, that arise out of that process are really severely out of tune. And so for the new language of the 16th century, the kind of compositional language that was using a lot of thirds and sixths, it was important to make these imperfect consonances in tune. And so what Pietro Arone did was to intentionally narrow the size of the perfect fifth such that when they're stacked together, it does generate a pure major third that's in tune with the overtone series. So right now I have on a fretboard that is a quarter-comma mean tone fretboard, and I'll play a few perfect fifths, and you may hear that they're slightly narrow. They're just a little bit out of tune. Okay, So there are those 4 perfect fifths, which are just a tiny bit out of tune. They're not terrible, but the nice thing about this is that then when I compare my starting note to the note I arrived at here, I get a pure major third. If I play the 5th partial on my lowest string and compare it to the fretted note, you'll hear that they match exactly. So when I play major chords, all of those thirds are perfectly in tune. And so for music of the Renaissance, this tuning is just really beautiful because it fits perfectly with the compositional practices of the time. And to demonstrate this, I'd like to just play you 2 short little fantasias from Francesco da Milano's Libro Terzo, which was published posthumously. So I really love playing music from this time in the tuning of the era because it just makes all of the harmonies sound just so much more locked in. There's much less dissonance than when it's played in equal temperament. By the end of the 16th century, this quarter comma mean tone system became so established, absolutely the default tuning system for musicians all over Europe, that some sought to exploit some of the more hidden dissonant qualities that can be lurking inside the mean tone system. Certainly for a composer like da Milano, he's going to be really focused on those sweet, pure thirds and sixths. But by the end of the 16th century, a composer like John Dowland, influenced by highly chromatic madrigal composers like Luca Marenzio, will try to find strange intervals that really sound very different in mean tone tuning. For example, the diminished fourth or the augmented fifth. These have a very unique acoustic quality in mean tone. Another interesting aspect that Dowland likes to exploit is the radically different sizes of semitones. There is a major semitone and a minor semitone. In equal temperament, we're used to the semitone just being sort of singular. There's only one. But in mean tone, there are two. The minor semitone occurs between a note and its sort of chromatically altered variant. You could think C and C sharp, for example. Whereas a diatonic or major semitone, a larger semitone, occurs between, it's still a semitone, but it has to be between neighbors in the alphabet. Think B to C, E to F, or A to B flat, right? When they have a different letter name, that semitone is larger and diatonic. But if they have the same letter, but the only difference is accidental, then they're small and chromatic. So I'd like to play a little bit of John Dowland's Forlorn Hope Fancy because it really perfectly illustrates both of these really unusual and colorful features of mean tone tuning. For example, the chromatic motif really clearly shows the different sizes of semitone. The first interval, G down to F sharp, is a major semitone. Then next, it's a minor semitone, F sharp to F natural. Then F to E is a major semitone. Then a minor semitone, E to E flat. Then E flat to D is a major semitone. So this chromatic theme or motif, what have you, that this piece is based on is alternating these sort of large semitones with small semitones. Another interesting effect that can be found in this piece is the fact that the sort of enharmonic intervals that we today are usually used to thinking of as being equivalent, think diminished fourth as sounding the same as the major third. That is certainly not the case in historical tunings. And it's one of the reasons why composers of the past were so scrupulous about spelling their chords carefully. And music theory teachers today still tell their students to spell things carefully, and the students often wonder, well, why? What difference does it make because they sound the same? The answer is that originally they didn't sound the same. Here's an example. A major third in mean tone sounds like this. C to E, it's pure. But C sharp to F is a diminished fourth, and it sounds like this. Right? So there are moments in the Forlorn Hope Fancy where we will have this additional intervals, sort of a new class of intervals, these augmented and diminished intervals, in addition to all the intervals we're familiar with. And they can come up in moments like this diminished fourth, resolving down to a minor third, and then as the bass moves, it becomes a major third. So I find that playing Dowland's music in mean tone brings really a whole new dimension of color and musical interest that is totally lacking in equal temperament. Later in the 17th century, musicians became a little bit unhappy with how much the perfect fifth had to be narrowed to accommodate a pure major third. So they decided to strike a compromise and widen the perfect fifths a little bit to make them sound a little better and sacrifice a little bit of the purity of the major third. So it ended up being a little too wide. The fifths were still a little too narrow, but they were very nicely balanced with each other. This tuning system was developed by the French musician and mathematician Joseph Sauveur, and it is called fifth comma mean tone tuning. There are many examples of string treatises in the 17th century for violinists and cellists that have sections devoted to finger placement in the tuning system of the time, this fifth comma mean tone tuning, and they're really lovely because these treatises have little drawings in there that show the violin fingerboard with lines drawn perpendicular to the strings, showing the locations of these various sized intervals. And what's lovely about it is that these drawings look quite a bit like my microtonal fretboards. They show these small split areas where an enharmonic difference, for example, between G sharp or A flat might occur. And because of all this, I really love to play Baroque string music in fifth comma mean tone. And all the things I said about the different size semitones and the unique sonic qualities of augmented and diminished intervals, all of those things that we experienced in the Dowland still hold true with fifth comma mean tone. It's just that they're a tiny bit more subtle here. They're a little bit less vivid, but they're still present. For example, in a C sharp fully diminished seventh chord, the diminished seventh, that interval sounds a bit spicier than a major sixth, which would sound like this. So there's a nice, sweet major sixth, and then a kind of funky sounding diminished seventh. So I'd like to demonstrate some of these things in context with the famous Bach chaconne from his Partita in D minor for solo violin. Here I'll play it in the tuning of the time that any violinist worth their salt would have been playing in fifth comma mean tone. And so on. So I think you can probably hear that the frequent B flat major and A major chords that come up have really nice in-tune thirds, or almost exactly in-tune thirds. But then the occasional dissonant intervals like these have a kind of more dissonant quality to them. This fifth comma mean tone tuning is also fantastic for the middle major section, because of course it's full of just lovely thirds and sixths all over the place, and to have them really almost exactly pure is really beautiful. I'll play a little bit of that so you can hear it. Around the middle of the 18th century, musicians once again became somewhat unhappy with how much the perfect fifth had to be narrowed to make a sweet-sounding major third, so they widened it yet again. This tuning system is called sixth comma mean tone, and the major thirds are still quite a bit better than in equal temperament, but a little bit less pure than in fifth comma of the Baroque, which was a little bit less pure than the major third in the Renaissance. Many musicians wrote about sixth comma mean tone in the second half of the 18th century, including Georg Philipp Telemann and Leopold Mozart, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's father, who discussed in his violin playing treatise of 1756 how to train your fingers and ears to be able to play these different sized intervals in sixth comma mean tone. Wolfgang Amadeus himself certainly used sixth comma mean tone as his sort of mental framework for thinking of music, and certainly for playing music as well. And we know this because there was an English aristocrat who was taking lessons from Mozart. And this English aristocrat, Thomas Atwood, describes how Mozart would quiz him on his ability to hear the difference between the smaller chromatic semitone and the larger diatonic semitone, which in sixth comma is even more subtle than in fifth comma. So it must have been a very challenging exercise indeed. Once again, enharmonic intervals, diminished and augmented intervals will sound more spicy in sixth comma. And I'd like to play for you just the coda of Fernando Sohr's Variations on the Theme of Mozart in this tuning, which was, again, Mozart's tuning. And I want you to pay attention to this one lovely moment near the end where there is a German augmented sixth chord. Now, we're usually taught in music theory classes that the German augmented sixth has kind of a funky spelling to the notes, but that it sounds just like a dominant seventh chord. That's in fact not true at all. A dominant seventh chord has a minor seventh in it, and the augmented sixth chord, well, of course, has an augmented sixth, and that does sound different than a minor seventh. So an actual minor seventh in the classical era would have sounded like this, whereas an augmented sixth would have sounded like this. It's narrower than a minor seventh. And in fact, that interval approaches, it's not exactly the same, but it's relatively close to the just seventh partial. So this is sort of a very natural sounding dominant seventh chord, spelled as an augmented sixth in this tuning. So it has, distinct sort of a flavor of the overtone series, which sounds subtly different than an actual dominant seventh. Okay, so here's the coda of Fernando Sohr's Variations on a Theme of Mozart. Now that we've experienced the three primary flavors of mean tone, quarter comma, fifth comma, and sixth comma, I'd like to talk briefly about temperaments. And to do that, I want to backtrack to the music of Bach. Now, a temperament is something that a keyboard tuner will do to help avoid this one really nasty fifth that emerges inevitably out of any mean tone system. And this is called the wolf fifth. So in these mean tones, the fifths are all the same size. They may be narrowed by some amount, depending on the time period. But that flattening effect is going to lead you to a bad sounding one. Let me show you an example. I'm back here at the fifth comma mean tone. And if I start on an E flat and go around the circle of fifths, I'll have 11 perfect fifths that all sound fine, but the 12th one is going to sound really terrible, and that's the wolf. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and here's 12. That's the wolf fifth. It sounds really, really, really bad, and it's basically unusable in musical contexts. So what a temperament is doing is, as one goes around the circle of fifths, the tuner will start to widen the fifths gradually so that they can close this circle of fifths and not have one really nasty one at the end. Now, because of this, it means that then the major thirds are going to vary in size too. So my personal favorite temperament of the 18th century is Jean-Philippe Rameau's Temperament Ordinaire, which he wrote about in 1726. And in his temperament, he begins with quarter comma narrowed fifths and generates pure major thirds for a B flat major chord, an F major chord, a C major chord, and a G major chord. But then he starts widening the fifths to help close the circle, which means the D major chord is going to have its major third a little wider than pure, kind of like a fifth comma, major third, and then the A major chord will be a little wider still, kind of like the sixth comma major thirds we were hearing in the Mozart variations on a theme of Mozart. Then the E major chord is going to be wider still. E to G sharp is going to be kind of a round and equal tempered major third, which is like not really that great sounding. Then the B major chord is going to be even wider than that. The B major chord is going to be really spicy sounding. Then F sharp to A sharp is going to be the widest of them all. F sharp to A sharp is going to be so wide, it's really pretty uncomfortable sounding. Then as we keep going, D flat to F gets a little better, A flat to C is a little better, and E flat to G is a little better. And then we come back around to B flat to D, where we have a pure major third again. So these 18th century temperaments are really cool because you have many, many different sizes of major third. And so as a composer moves around the circle of fifths, you get different flavors of a major chord. So I want to play just the last movement, the Gigue from Bach's E minor Lute Suite, BWV 996, and pay attention to how the commonly used major chords in like the relative major, for example, G, or the C major chords that come up a lot, those in Rameau's tuning will be pure, like the quarter comma mean tone thirds. But dominant chords, like the B major chord or a secondary dominant, like F sharp major, which would move to B minor, those dominant and secondary dominant chords are going to sound really shrill and strident in the Rameau tuning. So they look like major chords, but they have different flavors. So here is Bach's Gigue from the E minor Lute Suite in Jean-Philippe Rameau's tuning. I'll play this one as a duo because I like the tempo I'm able to get a little bit better as a duo. So now I'd like to leap directly to the 21st century and look at composers' interest in just intonation. And to do that, I'd like to focus on two works by the great guitarist composer Dusan Bogdanovic, who's written two pieces for microtonal guitar, both in just intonation. One of these pieces, Two Blue Meditations, is written for a 5 limit just intonation. that means that all the pitches used in the piece will be derived from natural harmonics up to the fifth partial. And in the second piece, I'd like to show you village music. That's in an 11 limit just intonation, which means that the pitches used will be drawn from harmonics up to the 11th partial. So this piece, the first one I'd like to show you, Two Blue Meditations, is based on an Indian raga, and the kind of tonal center is the note A, and there's a kind of nearly symmetrical array of just ratios around the note A. So there will be like a pure whole tone and a pure minor third, the 6-5 ratio, a pure major third, the 5-4 ratio, pure perfect fourth, pure perfect fifth, and so on. Those ratios are all mirrored descending from A, such that we have a pure 9-8 below A, a pure 6-5, which is a minor third, below A, a 5-4 ratio below A, and so on. And so because of this, there will be a bunch of just harmonies, like F major is just, and F sharp minor is just, A minor is just. So there's a lot of very, very locked in harmonies in just intonation. But there are also like interesting microtonal relationships, like the difference between the C and the C sharp is a rather small microtonal interval, which opens the piece. So it has like this kind of narrow half step. So I'd like to play for you the first of the Two Blue Meditations by Dusan Bogdanovic. This is meditation number 1. And now for the last piece I'd like to share with you. I've put on a fretboard for Dusan Bogdanovic's piece Village Music, which was written for an 11 limit just intonation. So this is going to have many more complex harmonic ratios than the previous piece, Two Blue Meditations, but they are all still in tune with just intonation. So for example, the C natural on this fretboard is going to be based on the 7th harmonic of a D. So if I have something like, here's my 7th partial, the fretted note matches. So that'll be a natural 7th based on the harmonic series. Also the 11th partial G sharp, if I keep going from there, my G sharp will be based on the 11th partial. And so that means that harmonies formed from these pitches really are locked in with the natural harmonics of my low D string. Like that. And so I'd like to play you just some of the first movement of Dusan Bogdanovich's Village Music in 11 limit just intonation. Thank you very much for joining me on this quick tour of tunings and temperaments and modern uses of just intonation. It's a really big topic, and I encourage you all to find your own path in it. I know I can say for myself that it's been really satisfying to find new ways to bring life to the standard guitar repertoire and also to help create new music from composers of our time. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a wonderful lecture and performance by Michael. So we're going to open the floor up for questions. If you're in the Facebook chat, simply ask your question by text there, and I'll relay it to Michael. If you're in the Zoom room, you can simply turn on your video and ask directly. So I'm just going to wait a minute and see if we have any questions. Hi, Mathilde.
Hi. So, Michael, thank you so much. This was really great. Thank you for your lecture and performance. I just wanted to say that it's amazing how it really hurts my ears when I first listened to it, and then it started to make sense so much. And I'm sure that if I were to listen to standard tuning, it would be the same. Like, it would be terrible and then going back to make sense. But I just really wanted to say that it was really great work. So thank you so much for sharing this. I will be looking into it further because I truly loved it. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a similar experience when I first started getting into this stuff. When I first heard the quarter comma mean tone tuning with the absolutely pure major thirds, they sounded so flat and sour to me because, right, I had spent, 2.5 or maybe 3 decades of my life being exposed just to equal temperament almost exclusively, with the exception of great string quartets. Of course, they will intonate their thirds and sixths properly, and a cappella choirs do as well, but largely exposed to equal temperament. But I adjusted to it really quickly because there is both this sort of cultural side, right? Some type of cultural indoctrination based on our environment, but there is some objective truth from a kind of psychoacoustic standpoint as to what is objectively in tune. Now, that's not to say that that's better or worse, because any culture is going to use consonance and dissonance in some kind of complex way. But yeah, once I had attuned myself to the pure intervals, it didn't take long, and absolutely now, anytime I hear like an equal tempered major third, it sounds really, really sharp and kind of awful. So I apologize to everyone who maybe is just being exposed to this, because you might never be able to hear equal tempered guitar again and be happy. So
absolutely, I think it's amazing. So thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a couple of questions from Facebook. Tolkohan Kokoli says, "Hi Mike, have you ever played a 13 limit just intonation piece? Thanks for the great presentation." I
haven't gone that high. The 11 limit is the furthest I've gone. But the thing about these interchangeable fretboards that I've been working on with a couple of partners of mine, Matt Knudstrup and Scott Knudstrup, who handle the kind of software and engineering side of things. It's really great that we're able to make like virtually any kind of fretboard imaginable with any tuning system. So my talk was, focused, on kind of the Western canon kind of standard guitar repertoire, but the implications for tuning are really totally global and timeless. So I'm really looking forward to Tolgahan like getting into 13 limit, and for the last couple of months I've been working on a fretless fretboard and kind of playing with a North Indian tempura drone, kind of applying some Sarod techniques that I learned in grad school, and it's just so much fun to be in this infinite pitch continuum where you can just hear sonorities that I felt I couldn't really access, for most of my life playing on a standard guitar.
Wonderful. There's another question from Facebook from Christos Farmakis. Michael, great presentation. Are the frets on your guitar movable or fixed in place?
They're fixed in place. So what I have is a guitar with interchangeable fretboards. So I edited it out for the video in order to save time, but it takes just a few seconds to slide one out. And that was my kind of Baroque one. And here's a classical one, and I can just pop it in. And there's a sort of magnetic attachment. There's no moving parts, but basically a metal backing on the fretboard with powerful rare earth magnets embedded in the neck so that I can switch to a different one. So the frets are not movable, but that was an intentional design decision because there are a lot of virtues to movable frets in that it's very easy to experiment with subtle shifts of fret placement. But for myself as a performer, I have to be able, like if I'm performing in the last couple of years, all my concerts have been, switching tunings based on the repertoire. And I need to be able to switch from one to another in a matter of seconds. And this design allows me to do it.
That's wonderful. So if there's any other questions from Zoom chat participants, you just have to turn on your video to ask a question. I'm just going to wait a moment and see if there are more. Oh, there's a question from Kate Lewis. There you are. Yeah. Oh, can you turn your mic on though?
Yes.
Yes, I can. I can, if I remember. Sorry, I forgot that I could actually ask out loud here. Michael, amazing. Just amazing. Thank you so much. Just really amazing. You covered so much and put it so succinctly. And of course, to hear your playing was a treat as ever. Really basic kind of guitar question though. Did your left hand have to change dramatically? I think obviously the physical layout of the fretboard, but also then your ear. I think I spend so much time as a classical guitarist, right, retuning on the fly, if you will. So can you spend a bit of time maybe just giving us the insight into that?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was really surprising to me that it took virtually no time to adjust to these. It looks like the differences are kind of huge, but when you put it in your hands, I don't know. You just sort of find it right away. I would say the only fretboard that I really did have to work on a bit was the kind of out there 11 limit just intonation board that I used for Dušan Bogdanović's Village Music, because that one has some pretty extreme differences from Equal Temperament. But no, it's actually really easy to adjust to. And when myself and my partners who make these guitars and fretboards take them around, or I should say took them around to conferences and festivals and stuff, and hopefully again one day soon, and we hand them to somebody who's never played a microtonal guitar, immediately they can just play it fine. So no, it's really easy to adapt to. As far as the second part of your question, the tuning on the fly thing, that's a tricky one, because like the major third, which is sort of has been the obsession of all these European tuning theorists from Pietro Aron on, that is, the pure third is 14 cents lower than the third we have in major third in Equal Temperament. And so it's possible to push a string 14 cents flat, or even if not the full 14, I mean, really any little bit helps. But it's really hard to do in lower positions. You can definitely do it better in upper positions, but it's hard to do in lower positions. It would almost be better if the problem was that the note in Equal Temperament was too flat, because it's much easier to bend a string sharp. But that darn major third, we want it should be lower. And so it's just really hard to adjust to. We can do it in a few places. I find it to be much easier when I'm playing on one of these fretboards to, like in these mean tones where the perfect fifth is intentionally narrowed. Like if I have a kind of bare naked perfect fifth and I want it to sound better, it's really easy just to squeeze a little bit harder and in an isolated moment make the perfect fifth a little better, because it's just a couple cents off. So I can squeeze the fret a little harder and make that in tune. But then just play with a nice relaxed technique and know that my fret placement is giving me pure thirds and sixths across the board. So in some ways, it's actually a lot easier technically, because I can just have a light touch and I just know that the length of the string defining the frequency is handled by the fret location.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we may have time for one more question if there is one. I think we will have to stop it there, but thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you.
So we're going to move to our next presentation after about a few minutes break. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. So our next presenter is Marco Romelli. He is a lecturer in guitar at Dublin Conservatoire. Marco has performed all over Europe and invited important concert halls and festivals. During his career, he has been awarded first prizes in international competitions in Italy, Spain, the UK, France, and Serbia. As a composer, Marco won the World Guitar Composition Competition, and his music is performed in Italy and abroad by internationally acclaimed ensembles and soloists. His dedication to music is not merely confined to performance. Marco is also artistic director of music events in Italy, Czech Republic, and Ireland. And he's also a very enthusiastic guitar teacher. So his lecture recital is A New Look at Gerhard's Guitar Music.
It is a great pleasure to be here. It is a fantastic occasion to talk, exchange ideas. So it's great to see all these things happening. And today I want to focus my lecture recital on Roberto Gerhard and his music. I will mainly talk about the influence of the Spanish Civil War on his guitar production. I will play for you one original composition of Gerhard, his Fantasia, some extract from my arrangement as a concert piece of one of his incidental music, For Whom the Bell Tolls. And for this particular occasion of this symposium, I decided to play a piece that I composed a few years ago, inspired and influenced by Gerhard music. I decided to incorporate my work also to illustrate how the different role of performer, researcher, and composer and teacher are so intertwined and they influence each other. In this particular case, Gerhard music has influenced my output as a composer. But I would also say that my work as a composer has influenced deeply my understanding of Gerhard music. So Gerhard was born in Valls, Spain, to a Swiss father and a French mother. He studied in Barcelona with Granados for the piano and Felipe Pedrell for composition. Barcelona at the time was a really important city, in particular for the guitar, with many guitarists and guitar makers. He had many friendships among guitarists such as Regino Sáenz de la Maza, Angel Barrios, and the renowned poet Federico Garcia Lorca. By the way, he didn't compose anything for guitar in this period. In any case, we can say that he was immersed in a cultural world where the guitar played a relevant role in the cultural society. Gerhard is a fascinating composer, also because he was among the Catalan composers the only one who decided to go to study in Vienna with Schoenberg. This choice will make his music truly unique in the panorama of the Catalan composers. So after the study with Schoenberg, he moved back in Barcelona, in a moment where the Catalan city was one of the most culturally vibrant places in Europe. But the situation changed quickly. In 1936, the Spanish Civil War broke out, and after the Barcelona occupation in 1939, he had to escape. First, he moved to France, and then he moved to Cambridge. So the traumatic experience of the exile changed completely the music of Gerhard. During the exile, we can see how Gerhard, in many compositions, is creating a complex structure of references, quotation, to evoke the political situation of his homeland, Catalonia. It is evident that he's using the same approach in some pieces where he includes the guitar. It is not a coincidence that Gerhard decided to use the guitar, that is so linked with both the Catalan and the Spanish culture, in two incidental music commissioned by the BBC, and we related on the theme of the Spanish Civil War. Gerhard's first occasion to use the guitar for a soundtrack came in 1957, when the BBC commissioned him the incidental music for the radio adaptation of The Revenge for Love by Lewis, a book set just before the Spanish Civil War. I discovered that it is starting from the material written for this incidental music that Gerhard decided to elaborate his well-known composition Fantasia, a solo guitar concert work. The process that led this solo work from the incidental music is very complex, and I will clarify what happened. In the incidental music, The Revenge for Love, Gerhard decided to incorporate the guitar into a larger ensemble. consisting of 3 violins, viola, cello, double bass, percussion, harp. And he continued the collaboration with the British guitarist Julian Bream, inaugurated the year before with the song cycle Cantares. Although we don't have the original radio broadcast, and also the manuscript of the script is lost, but we have the manuscript of the musical part that is preserved in the Gerhard archive in Cambridge. So it is impossible to reconnect the musical material with the lost script. Still, it is possible to identify some recurring musical elements present in many compositions of the composer from that period. So 2 musical topics used often symbolically by Gerhard are described by White. White mentioned these 2 topics. The first one is ignoranza, the nostalgic lodging of Catalonia, so the idea of the lament. Usually are melodies with a slow tempo, minor keys. Often there are quotation or stylization of Catalan folk songs. With these melodies, he's expressing the nostalgia for his homeland. And then we have the Spagnolismo, so the cliché representation of Spain, mostly using Spanish dances or particular rhythm or harmonies, or with the emulation of guitar technique as fast scales and rasgueado. So the topic of ignoranza and Spagnolismo are used in many compositions. One nice example can be the last movement of his violin concerto. As already noted by many scholars now, Gerhard used those elements together with also the use of quotation to express his political view. To oversimplify, the Catalan folklore or this element of nostalgia is often related to a positive side. Instead, the Spagnolismo is used in many cases with a satirical purpose. In Desaudiers' thesis, she highlights how Gerhard incorporated also folk songs, in particular in his 2 ballets, Don Quixote and Pandora, as a means of denouncing the tragical political situation of his country, in some way to celebrate the moral superiority of his country, Catalonia, as opposed to the Francoist dictatorship. In the incidental music, Revenge for Love, we can see also another use of symbolic use of the music, with some fragment where he used polytonality and polymeter to create a symbolic connection with the theme of the war. In this case, of this incidental music, but also in the 2 ballet and in the other composition, the links were not meant to be perceived easily by the British public. Nevertheless, they remain a crucial element of his compositional process. After this incidental music, and after the incidental music was recorded, Gerhard developed the first version for a solo guitar piece, a Fantasia, in August of the same year. The manuscript of this first version is preserved in the Gerhard archive of Cambridge University Library. I was stunned to find out that the autograph of the Fantasia preserved in the Gerhard archive is very different from the printed version. We can say that the printed version is not simply a revision of the manuscript, but instead a new version of the composition. Recently, Jonathan Litwood published a very enlightening article where he wrote how Julian Bream recalled receiving the first version of Fantasia. So he wrote that Julian Bream said, he bought me his piece and it was all strumming. I told him I can play this in my concert. He wasn't happy with that and he took the piece away. So we know that Julian Bream rejected this version. Because Gerhard, in this first version of Fantasia, he was referring too directly to the flamenco culture. So the composer decided to rewrite the piece, create a different version, create a sort of new collage of some section of the incidental music. I wish now to highlight the main difference in underlining the two versions. I can say that the main difference is in the style and the language of the central section of the composition. While in the manuscript, the section is clearly inspired by flamenco with arpeggio and repeated chords, the section that Julian Brim was referring in the key of A major. In the published version, we have a more dissonant and complex section with the use of polytonality and in general a more complex harmony. In both versions, we have to say that Gerhard used some element or developed some element already present in different sections of the incidental music. The two versions represent two different narrations using the symbolic elements already present in the incidental music. In both the manuscript and in the published version, is starting with the idea of the lament, an elaboration of the cue number 2 of the incidental music, that is a duet between guitar and harp. Then the manuscript central section is expressing the Espagnolismo, and after that we have again the material of the first part, and then we end the piece with again this nostalgic element. The published and final version of the Fantasia is more complex. The central section we have what I referred before as the war element with the polytonality. Then we have again the material of the beginning. This time is more static and as a sort of echo of the beginning. And the piece is finishing with a short passage from the middle section, so again this warlike element, to conclude with a typical flamenco cadence. By the way, the last chord A major is fortissimo, non arpeggiato, and is very dry, and I can say that it's not a pleasant A major, but it expresses a sort of brutality, and in particular after nostalgic section, and is creating a very powerful ending, and in my interpretation also symbolic, symbolizing the winning of the Franco side. So now I will play for you Fantasia. So Julian Bream was supposed to premiere the piece in 1957, but the premiere didn't take place after the rejecting of the first version. It was John Williams to premiere the new version of the piece, most probably the 21st November 1958 at the University of Cambridge. Julian Bream recorded the Fantasia only in 1984, long after the author's death, and his recording greatly helps the diffusion of his music, so we have to thank him for his great interpretation. For the rest of Gerhard's life, he worked with John Williams. In 1965, Gerhard was asked to compose the incidental music for a television series For Whom the Bell Tolls, and John Williams recorded that. The series consisted of 4 episodes dedicated to Ernest Hemingway's masterpiece. So the book is set during the Spanish Civil War and tells the story of Robert Gerhard, a young American who joined a Republican guerrilla unit. Robert's mission is to blow up a bridge, central in the strategy of the resistance against the Francoist army. 2 years ago, I made an arrangement of this piece, and the arrangement is my reorganization of Gerhard material as a concert piece that can stand the execution without the text. Unfortunately, the script and the TV series are lost. Also in this case, as for The Revenge for Love. In 2006, the Spanish editor published an arrangement of the work and an text of the fragments, with a very detailed critical commentary. Eugenia Tobalina curated the edition, and Marion Bowen made the performance arrangement. His work results are something shorter than mine, with a duration of 8 minutes, compared to the 17 of my arrangement. But what differs the most is the approach to the arrangement. As in the 2 versions of Fantasia, the 2 arrangements, in a similar way, they narrate 2 different stories. What moved me to rearrange this work is the idea that I think that Gerhard did not conceive the music merely as a background complement to the television series, but rather as a personal way to reflect on the Spanish Civil War. Gerhard used symbolic musical elements, quotation, recurrent motif, to represent the book plot and to reflect upon the main themes emerging from it: love, war, and death. It is remarkable to note that his compositional approach in this work is really very similar to the one he used, for example, in his ballet Don Quixote and Pandora, where we saw the complex use of musical material to create a reference to the political situation of Catalonia. In my interpretation, I led great importance to 2 musical elements that can be helpful to understand his compositional way. I identified the 2 elements as one as the theme of the bridge, which appears 3 times during the composition, and the second is the theme of death. The theme of the bridge appears each time with some variation. The first time the motif ends on a suspended chord, the second time the theme develops into a virtuosistic gesture and ends with an A major chord. All this variation was made in connection with the plot of the book. And the last time, at the end of the piece, he used again this material to portray the explosion of the bridge and the death of the protagonist. The theme of the bridge reappears, but it gradually becomes more and more dissonance until the final explosion of the bridge, represented by 3 chords in fortissimo. The other main theme is the theme of the death, which is based on the melodic cell E and F, an echo of the homage pour le tombeau de Claude Debussy by the Faglia. It first appeared in an ostinato in one of the first fragments at the beginning of the piece. But then this melodic cell EF reappears at the end of the composition, symbolizing the protagonist's death after the explosion of the bridge. The music as the books leave the listener with a sense of despair and sadness. In the book for the death of the main character, and the music with the contrast between the two elements. This ending invites the audience to ponder the ever-present horror of the war. And this is where my arrangement deeply differs from the other published arrangement of the work. Bowman arrangement ends with a very virtuosistic passage in A major. The second appears of the theme of the bridge. From a compositional point of view, this fragment provides a perfect conclusion to the composition, being very Spanish, virtuosistic, and ending with an A major chord. However, according to my hypothesis, it contradicts the composer's approach to the composition. For Whom the Bell Tolls, as Fantasia and other work of the composer, in particular the one composed during the exile, are not Spanish nationalistic pieces. The gesture taken from the Spanish tradition used by Gerhard do not express a Spanish national pride as much as they do for other composers, in particular of the time, but hide symbolic meaning. Looking at his guitar music, we can see that how, on the one hand, how the musical element connected with Spanish folklore are always balanced with elements of the Catalan tradition, and on the other hand, how the Spanish elements are always distorted and modified during the composition. So now I will play for you the last section of For Whom the Bell Tolls. Now, before ending this lecture recital, I would like to play for you my composition Fantasia. That is a piece that I composed a few years ago doing my research on Gerhard. Particularly in that period, I was analyzing a lot of composition by Gerhard, and in particular the use of octatonic scales. I wrote this piece for Andrea Dieci, an Italian guitarist that premiered the piece a few years ago. In this version that I will play for you today is a larger version where I added also a second part to the composition, making this piece a little bit more complete and longer. This piece for me is like want to express a sort of gratitude to the lesson that I took from the research, from analyzing and discovering the music of Gerhard. There are no direct quotation or I didn't try to emulate the Gerhard style, and in some way this homage happened without our rational thinking. It's something that happened naturally because this fact of being a researcher and looking at the music, discover, try to connect as much as possible to what the composer is doing, is affecting our being an artist. And I think that this piece showed this genuine appreciation to the work of Gerhard, and I hope you will enjoy. I mean, I think at your music.
Mea culpa. What I was saying was that was beautiful, and I'd like to open the floor for questions for Marco.
Thanks.
So if you are watching on Facebook or YouTube, just put a comment there. Otherwise, here.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much, Marco, for this wonderful lecture and your most impressive performances, and also the composition. I enjoyed very much. And like you, I'm an admirer of the music of Roberto Gerhard. And well,
I know I know your work with Bruno Dozza.
Ah, you know about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So I think we had the same impression about this the version in the Trito edition. That there is a problem, and I have one question. As you have done so much research, as far as I know, the film where the music of Roberto Gerhard is performed in is lost. Is it true? It's still true, yeah.
Exactly. Yes, I discover actually I'm still waiting, but I know that maybe there is a recording by John Williams of the soundtrack in the Gerhard archive. So I'm trying to, before the COVID, I was supposed to go there and listen to that recording, but we will see. But I'm very curious because I would like to see what how was the playing of John Williams, and if there are something different from the manuscript. I think as you, and I think that your idea of asking one composer to create a new piece that use the material, because there is so much potential, and we know that Gerhard was very happy of that material. There is one letter where he wrote that he was very happy of what he was doing. And then when you look at the edition, the first look, and I don't know what was your impression, but I was a little bit shocked. It seems
I mean, there are fragments, and there is a relation, but there is no line through this. I mean, the red line of the music is done by the movie, I would say, and therefore I was looking I was searching for a composer to find this red line, and so Bruno Dozza, the Italian composer living in Madrid, he wrote this piece using, for the guitar part, almost entirely these fragments, and make a piece for guitar and string quartet.
Yes.
And well, one thing also, what made me also thinking about the chamber music piece was that the parts of this music Gerhard later on uses in his composition Libra, which is also a really wonderful piece of his.
Yes. What I call the theme of the bridge is
Exactly.
The one used in the cadence. Yes, and my process was that I read the book, okay, and I tried to correlate the musical material with the book. And okay, for example, there are a lot of examples. He's also quoting some melodies from the Cantares, and there is this huge use of the Catalan reference, in my opinion, for all the section more connected with the theme of love, the theme of the idea of the rebellion, and the Spanish elements are more connected with the bridge and the Franco side. And then there is these two elements of the quotation of the Faglia, of the ENF, that is used at the beginning. And at the beginning there is this moment when the protagonist meet a gypsy woman that foreseen his death. So I thought that at the beginning he used that for that moment, and then he's using EF at the end of the composition. That is very strange. This very strong chords, and then EF. And for me that was very symbolical. Like he was trying to do something, and I discovered other stuff that maybe there is not the time here, but it would be very nice maybe to discuss together, because I know that I know your work, and so it was a source of inspiration also.
Well, I'm really curious to see the whole of your version also. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to be looking for questions from Facebook or YouTube comments. If you have a comment there, we can transfer that to Marco. And if people are in the Zoom chat, just simply turn on your video and you can ask a question. I think that may be all the questions we have for today.
I want to thank you a lot. You are doing great things. So
thank you so much,
Marco.
Marco.
It was a long day, but very beautiful.
a very fun day for me to just listen to guitar all day.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So we're going to take a few minutes and then we'll be moving to our next presenter. Thank you very much. Well, it's my great pleasure to introduce the last lecture recital of today, day one. So I'm very pleased to introduce Martin Vishnik, who works as a concert performer, whose tours have taken him all over the globe, and as a sound artist, especially contemporary repertoire and free improvisation, and also as an accompanist for a variety of genres. Martin also teaches guitar and composition. Former appointments include the Thames Valley University, LCM, and St. Albans School. He holds an MSc in composition in the University of Hertfordshire and a PhD from City University. He's now concentrating on propagating postdoctoral research, testing theories and principles expounded in his research. His presentation today is The Morphological and Auditive Interconnectedness of Sound, Equivalence in a Multidimensional Soundscape.
Hi, it's great to be here. The morphological and auditive interconnectedness of sound, equivalence in a multidimensional soundscape. I'm going to cover a lot of ground, so some topics will be short overviews. For this presentation, I'm going to start with 2 short improvisations for solo guitar. The underlying purpose of this paper is the development of pedagogical tools. I will centre around deconstructing recent improvisations and examining the occurrences. To enable the exploration of the concept equivalence in a multidimensional soundscape, I would draw on my recent theoretical research into the morphology of sound and audiation. We can think of learning to comprehend morphologies in relation to perceiving sounds that are produced after and before we hear them, and auditive activity as internally generated musical abilities. Correlation between the interconnectedness of the consequences when producing sound-based morphologies emanating from extended guitar techniques and comprehending internal realization of the senses to hear and feel when sound is not physically present will be assessed. To express an all-encompassing mental image of apprehending the value of sound from a morphological and auditive perspective, a three-dimensional topological landscape will be evaluated. Key ideas. The two main concepts that underpin the research into sounds are morphologies and extended techniques. Firstly, the notion of morphology is used as an experiential tool. Expressing guitar music in terms of morphologies means a spectral and structural approach. For example, a morphology may be described as the spectral detail of a sound through time. Put another way, morphologies are sound objects that engender a spectral continuum. These two mutually inclusive aspects, a spectrum and activity through time, provide a framework for understanding and experiencing music's temporal flow. Secondly, the sonic outcome from the extended techniques I'm interested in forms spectra that do not necessarily follow the archetypal guitar sound convention of attack are followed immediately by a stable, though slowly decaying, resonance comprising as much mid-pitch material as possible. In my music, compositional and improvisational structures are developed through manipulating the placement of consecutive, merged, and combined morphologies. This is tied to the relationships that occur in shape phrases, being aware of pitch relations and exploring dynamic levels. Musical contours of phrases are mostly derived from the archetypal and variant models. However, deviations of this are formed by using dynamic levels. Learning to perform morphologies means engaging with the interrelations of sound components and resonance values during the temporal flux of the music. Improvising involves capturing and maneuvering the spectral content involving elements of freedom. Composing is the process of depicting morphologies in order to produce a score. To audiate is to use listening in all its facets towards creativity. Recognizing how auditory perception impacts on the senses and developing a deeper awareness in regards to sonic life experiences. Models of creative thinking in music can be built from the exploration of sound through instruments, sound manipulation, and environmental elements. Studying relationships between imagination and invention by linking to sounds. As more mutual inclusivity is discovered, we can start to contemplate more adventurous pedagogical tools and further the idea of a 4 or even 5-dimensional arena for which future nurturing of musicians may be drawn. Morphological interconnectability. To enable a study of the morphology of sound, we need to look into the meaning behind the areas mentioned in Figure 1 from a sound-based perspective. Firstly, an overview of the changing culture of music. In general, the principle of developing a musical discourse has changed since the mid-20th century. For example, the note-based and sound-based music dichotomy. And strangely enough, many modern genres incorporate much sound-based music. Leland tells us that sound-based music typically designates the art form in which the sound, that is not the musical note, is its basic unit. It is obvious that music grounded on notes is constructed on the standard Western paradigm, fixed on a grid system. Trevor Wishart calls it a lattice system. However, he reminds us that music does not have to be lattice-based at all. Music based on sound is rooted in timbres heard every day and includes sounds that fall between the standard Western notes. This artistic root is clear to see in compositions for classical guitar. The vast majority of works that include sound-based material and therefore incorporate extended techniques are constructed around standard notes. Although I concentrate on creating music comprising entirely of extended techniques in my research, in reality an amalgamation of the two systems is inevitable when working in the field, especially as modern ears are accustomed to both. Next is an example of how the idea of tonality can fit into the sound-based arena. I call this short improvisation E minor 11. Sound-based instrumental music procedures focus on creating texture from extended techniques, and strategies are built by managing tension and relaxation in unconventional ways. For example, ambiguity in textural flow is often intentional in the musical movement. Investigation into how pressure and dissipation are accomplished becomes important. The interplay between expression of uncertainty and lucidity can manifest in various ways. From a fundamental pedagogical point of view, the reason for learning to play and control extended techniques is that these sonic designs help musicians create textural motion during performance. Creating textures to help aid musical outcome is why extended techniques exist in managing goals. Supporting this point, in Free Composition, Heinrich Schenker mentions the goal and the course to the goal are primary. Content comes afterwards. Without a goal, there can be no content. In my performances, the musical event begins and instinctively I feel drawn forward, anticipating and allowing textures to unfold. Morphological thinking is concerned with the perception of spectral energies and shapes in space, their behavior, motion, and growth processes, plus their relative functions in a musical context. A fundamental principle of music based on spectral morphology may be easily understood as being founded in our experience of sound apprehension. However, some extended techniques morphologies can sound remote from the source. We can see that this derivation is from a shared common base that provides a framework for individual and cultural research. Examining these links can lead to discovering a language that is defined within a shared natural cultural basis. In order to help understand why and how the music exists, the workings of a sound-based discourse must be explained at some stage. This would also enable a means of articulating problematic reactions to particular work. This is especially important to a music that is strange to comprehend immediately to a lot of listeners, particularly since traditional instruments and vocal gestures are often absent or not immediately apparent. Spectral morphology. To describe the perceived sonic footprint of a sound spectrum as it manifests in time, Dennis Smalley coined the term spectromorphology in 1986 as a descriptive analysis of sound. It is sometimes employed in the study of electroacoustic music, especially acousmatic music. His term refers to the apprehension of morphological developments in sound spectra over time, and it implies that the spectro cannot exist without the morphology. A sound has to be shaped and therefore must have sonic content. For my work, it is extremely useful to apply Smalley's theoretical, typological and morphological principles to the usage of extended technique guitar morphologies, especially as motion and structuring processes are key to his theoretical system. Fundamentally, Smalley defines spectral morphology thus: an approach to sound materials and musical structures which concentrates on the spectrum of available pitches and their shaping in time. His terminology is now a widely referenced framework for the classification of sound types and their potential musical functions, and I have yet to find a better explanation for morphological musical theory. We can now amalgamate the standard pitch and timbre domain into the concept of a spectrum encompassing all perceivable frequencies. It becomes obvious that the spectral aspect is integrally connected to a temporal evolution. Spectra are perceived through time, and time is perceived as spectral motion. This equates to the wide-ranging field between pitch and noise. Taking mixed groupings of certain similar and different extended guitar techniques, I investigate aspects of expressing guitar music in terms of a spectral and structural approach to archetypal and variant sounds. In short, guitar morphology. Compositional and performative strategies can be developed to form pedagogical approaches using Smalley's spectral morphological structural functions vocabulary. Moreover, this can be seen as a methodological practice comparable to pitch set theory or Schenkerian analysis for students. In addition, advancement of these procedures could be used as tools to aid player decision making. Spatiomorphology. Spatiomorphology is concerned with spatiotemporal elements, the existence of both space and time, the synchronous possession of spatial extension and temporal duration. We can think about exploring the distribution of sound, a distribution of spectra emanating from an acoustic instrument to points in a defined space using a network of speakers. This is similar to Robert Normandot's description of the technique he called timbre spatialization. He states that the spectrum of a sound may be recombined only virtually in the space of a concert hall. Here my thoughts turn to the potential of managing the diffuse sound spectra through the nature of its own topographical structure and exploring the morphology of such a distribution. For me, working with the notion of spatiomorphology offers an opportunity to immerse the listener into an intimate personal sound world. Furthermore, this concept leads to various areas of research that could be addressed, such as developing effective frameworks for controlling timbre spatialization and methods of organizing and directing loudspeaker configurations. Spectral quality. The spectral quality of a sound resides in the areas of spectral space. Smalley explains, each piece of music will have its upper and lower boundaries within which spectromorphologies act. Morphologies behave in various ways, for example, remain stable or evolve, flowing through ranges and frequencies with varying degrees of energy in a controlled or unpredictable manner. Also, they may proceed facilely within a narrow range of activity or in leaps. The word spectrum is used to refer to the internal components which make up sound, noting that we may actually hear these components or not. For a guitar player, the design of the spectrum is directly related to all aspects of their own personal technique and level of musicianship. Performance space. It is evident that performers have an essential role in bringing the music to life by introducing gestural qualities, enhancing musical structure, micro or macro, and providing a personal interpretation. Careful consideration of the performance space is an area that wants looking into. This is in line with Pauline Oliveros' thinking in Improvising with Spaces, where she expounds a contemporary view of the acoustic relationship in auditoria. Oliveros says, the relationship of spatial acoustics and the acoustics of musical instruments is a complex matter that needs more attention and investigation by all concerned. She leads the way by explaining about the importance of using the sensitivity of our hearing, voices, instruments, technology, and multi-channel systems, as well as shared experiences and perceptions to achieve acoustical explorations. Equally important is Simon Emerson's application of the notion of the frame, a delineated area of interest that can be applied progressively from the largest to the smallest scale, from a landscape bounded by the acoustic horizon, an arena within which we find a stage to frame an event. By using technology, we can think about developing more subtle levels of spacious sound into closer focus within the event. Performance aspects. Here we cover technique, tone production and style. It is physical activity that produces sound-making gestures on the guitar, a causal chain linking action to source. Morphological consequences through human agency are the results. My sense of touch, whether applying now, fingertip, or an implement, becomes the supplier of energy. Smalley explains, a gesture is therefore an energy motion trajectory which excites the sounding body, creating spectromorphological life. From the perspective of performer and observing listener, three elements are occurring, the visual, tactile, and oral. Processes concerned with muscle pressure and relaxation, exertion, and resistance. For me, the gesture process is bidirectional. For example, I play an extended technique on my guitar, causing a resultant morphology. Conversely, when I listen to the morphology, the human element behind is heard, caused by the gestural activity. Intentional acts and emotive elements are present throughout the process, including imagination. Relatedly, Smalley says, everyone uses spectromorphological referral process when listening to recordings of instrumental music. We listen to the music and also automatically gain a wealth of psychophysical, information by decoding the human activity behind the morphological information. Audiation. I'm going to talk about auditive interconnectability in regard to the topic of deep and reduced listening, inherent and external qualities, psychological experience, and improvisation. The point will be to work towards forming a method for orally recognizing small alterations in timbre and emphasizing the importance of the whole sound when a single morphology or group of morphologies occur in various combinations. The aim is to develop a forward-thinking pedagogical auditive system that embraces a storehouse of specially selected techniques as equal in value. Music educators are expected to teach the complex undertaking of helping pupils to be creative. Therefore, an ever-developing set of tools is essential for pedagogical improvement. Instructions that will help students to bring out and realize their inner potential. Knowing the details of a sound from one's mind or inner ear before physically hearing is undoubtedly extremely useful. Teaching students to hear and comprehend music rooted in the imagination is key. According to Gordon, unless one can audiate what is seen in notation before she produces the sound on an instrument as dictated by the notation, what she is reading will only have theoretical meaning for him or her. The result is an academic rather than a musical meaning. The player will learn a lot more about the music itself by developing a sense of the musical sound before interpreting the notation. This raises the notion of learning to audiate before learning to read music. I would advocate teachers using various improvisational methods and helping the student to understand creative performance. However, discussion on improvisation and creative performance methodologies is for another, maybe future paper. Inherent and external qualities. My main focus here is on comprehending the subtle detail of existing and newly discovered classical guitar techniques. Concentrating on particular techniques, the aim is to extend awareness of sound apprehension. For instance, can we hear the minute changes inherent in these sounds through time and chart differences in the spectra? There are two aspects to guitar morphologies, inherent and external. I will explain sound events along with their intrinsic relationships within the musical pieces. However, Smalley reminds us, a piece of music is not a closed, autonomous artifact. It does not refer only to itself, but relies on relating to a range of experiences outside the context of the work. Therefore, as a cultural construct, a fundamental external basis is necessary so that the inherent can have meaning. The important point is that the intrinsic and extrinsic are interactive. As far as I'm aware, in music for acoustic instruments, there is no term that represents a link between fundamental morphological qualities and external referential sound associations. However, for acousmatic music, an expression has been invented that describes this connection. Smalley uses the term source bonding to represent the activity of morphologies from inside the work to the sounding world outside. His definition relates to the natural tendencies of sound sources and causes, and the relationships of sounds to each other, as they give the impression to have mutual or associated origins. Through cultivating methods of apprehension, unhindered by preconceptions, Oliveros tells us one of the deep listener's goals is to listen to each and every sound exactly for what it is, nothing more, nothing less. The important point for me is to examine how source bonding and extended techniques can be applied to a pedagogical approach by discovering musical links for future teacher-performer-composer communication. Deep listening and reduced listening. Engaging with Pauline Oliveros' deep listening principle, we can learn to remove cognitive filters in order to experience deeper forms of audition. My intention is to develop tools to describe the features of perceived sounds and explaining how they work in the context of the music. For an all-inclusive approach, a method for orally recognizing small changes in timbre is useful. Here we can tap into existing electroacoustic research, in particular the concept of reduced listening. This type of concentration occurs through focused and continual listening. For Smalley, it is an investigative procedure whereby detailed spectromorphological attributes and relationships are uncovered. In order to pay full attention on refining the detail and quality of sound, the listener tries to suppress any distractions. Smalley again. Reduced listening is therefore an abstract, relatively objective process, a microscopic intrinsic listening. Therefore, concentrating on the characteristics of the sound is essential. Smalley and Oliveros concur, as they focus attention on how listening is an act of cognition. It can shape perception. This form of perceptual scrutiny is generally employed in the creative process. I believe it is important to bring this type of listening into the performer-listener and audience-listener arena. Psychological experience. The knowledge of effective contemporary guitar pedagogy has moved forward apace in recent times. ISB Ristetsky remarks that the psychology of student development and learning has become more sophisticated in its ability to provide an intelligent, informed context for guitar teaching, decision-making. My philosophy has always been that best practice should meet the needs of each individual student. Recent didactic books have emerged. See in Figure 7. Music study has tended to concentrate on theory, writing notation, and analysis. There is little research on how human gestural activity impacts on musical performance. This may be because it is customarily expected. For example, a phrase played on the guitar incorporating pitch content can sound like it sings, echoing a vocal presence. This can have a psychological as well as physical effect on the listener. Interpreting the source bonding threads and extracting meaning is an eventual goal of this line of thinking, alongside the expressive and emotional significance of inherent and external musical qualities. Describing musical gestures through morphological value will help musicians enhance interpretive skills and listeners to identify significant behaviors. Earlier, we have seen how spectral quality is connected to spectral space and proximal space. From a pedagogical standpoint, training and experience in listening to music can strengthen one's capability to connect and interpret the structural relevance of spatial information in many situations. In regard to personal space and territory, psychological and sociological influences feature in performance and listening scenarios. They are key components in the perception of space as a communicational element. Spatial depth and distance are central components in defining the aspects of virtual space, where proximal articulations in spatio-musical structures can engage with psychological space and personal distance. Learning to listen deeply in a given space is an effective means of developing interpretive skill. Imagination. Musical imagination is a vast subject. Here I will focus on making a few observations that relate to my research, touching on morphological sound source, illusion and imagery, as well as pitch-to-noise structures. When thinking of the millions of people who have experienced listening to guitar music, it's obvious that an underlying process of conscious and unconscious visual and oral training has occurred. It may be referred to as a culturally acquired familiarity of sounding gesture. However, in much contemporary guitar music that contains passages of extended techniques, the sound making becomes remote from the generally recognizable. The playing of extended techniques can transform the source. The ear becomes dubious about the cause. The morphological nature takes us into the realm of the imagination. All musical endeavors are both an empirical and a creative process requiring imagination and technical knowledge. And we can link this to articulation of sounds in a particular space when dealing with spatial musical elements. We must consider that perception of this attribute often requires fantasy. By using extended techniques in musical spaces, we can think about alluding to the imagination of the listener. When we invent sounds in our imagination, it involves drawing on experiences and recombining them in various ways. Moreover, the multifarious role that imagery can play links to auditory experience if the music is actually sounding or imagined. This auditive connection is important for many forms of experiences that take place in the inner ear in respect to musical understanding. Improvisation. Here we have the idea of apprehending and manipulating spectral content involving elements of freedom. As we know, in its basic form, improvisation can be described as spontaneous, extemporaneous musical creation. However, we must factor in inherent patterns involved in the cultural context. For example, a dissonant complex chord may still be associated with a specific tuning type embedded in a particular familiar culture. Extended classical guitar techniques are used frequently today in works that incorporate improvisatory elements. A variety of styles are employed. On occasion, the works might include historical references. Corgi incorporates passages that involve bitones, seeking to blend imperceptibly from one state to another. For example, he includes bitones that transform into mute taps. Figure 8 shows the relevant score section. For my pedagogical approach, I encourage the developmental learning of elements of freedom within the area of structuring consecutive, merged, and combined morphologies, as this will help towards enrichment of improvisational skills. The key musical point is forging a method for expressing spectral content temporally. We can now engage with an ontological meaning and the dynamics of discussing interplay in the improvisation arena. This emphasizes my theory that when creativity, music-making activities, and human interactions when elements of freedom are used simultaneously, it amounts to a semiotic ordering encounter. When improvising, the musician is immersed in a real-time exploration of and investigation into the relation between the symbolic and the aesthetic, translating into the problematic artistic areas of representative identities, working on many levels, for example, expressive, poetic, emotive, indicative, and mimetic. Conclusions. My aim here has been to present a teleological journey that will aid performance composers and researchers. In figure 9, we have figures 2 and 5 side by side, forming a holistic view that enables observation into equivalence in a multidimensional soundscape more easily. The objective is to develop a pedagogical system that gives equal weight to all of the topics mentioned. In order to better reflect on personal sound perception abilities, I've tried to convey the idea of a third dimension in the diagrams. Designs that convey an idea of three-dimensional objects on a two-dimensional surface. For the future, I envisage development of figurations to encompass further dimensions, one example being four-dimensional designs that appear as spatial visualization. In order for a morphological approach to work, educators will have to notice the importance of the whole sound that is produced. I would advocate a paradigm shift, a move away from pitch emphasis, giving equal emphasis to the morphology of sounds, alongside spectral qualities and other factors such as style, technique, tone production, performance space, and psychological experience. The figures show the interconnectedness of the considerations involved. The goal is learning to comprehend all aspects of what is heard and understood when a musical sound or gesture occurs. Not only for guitar sounds, this model can be extended to all instruments and audible events in the environment. Before finishing with a short improvisation, I'd like to put forward the idea that morphological musical thinking is a dynamic activity that involves perceiving spectral energies and configurations in space. Once thought about, it is a straightforward experiential principle. As we have seen, everyone hears sounds and associates those sounds with experiences from life. This fits my core belief in musical dedication and imagination and has helped me to develop a general philosophy that fits into my world, namely, the musical poetry of everyday life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank
So
you.
what I'm going to do now is just open the floor up for any questions. If you're watching in Facebook or YouTube, if you just put a comment in the chat, we will see that and can transmit your question to Martin. If you're here in the Zoom call with us, you can just turn on your video and ask a question directly. So I'm just going to wait a few moments to see if there's any questions. So actually, I had a question. It was about your concept of sort of imaginary sounds and the idea of fantasy with sound. I was wondering if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on that, particularly when it comes to your work with free improvisation. I was curious about whether you do a process of discovery on sounds on the guitar, or whether you tend to imagine them first and then try to discover them after.
I think it's both, really. It just depends what happens in the moment. It's probably different doing a solo improvisation than in an ensemble situation. But yeah, I think it's connecting, allowing myself to connect with my imagination and whatever is spontaneously happening at that time. So I think it's a two-way. So how about you? Do you find that?
Well, I think I connected to, thank you for asking. I think I connected to that because I do often sort of imagine sounds that I then try to replicate through any means necessary. So I just found that, what you said very interesting, because sometimes it's framed as a process of discovering like the affordances of an instrument, but to approach it from the opposite way, to imagine the sound and then discover what can possibly create it, is an interesting secondary route.
Yeah, well, I think that's been born out of my research into audiation, which has been like theoretical research, and then trying to connect it to the morphological side of my research. But thinking in more detail about what's inside me and coming out has helped me to understand what I do, what I do naturally, without sort of like thinking about it.
Just want to see if there's any other questions from the audience or the participants in the Zoom call with us.
Thank you, Matilda. It's good to see you, or a picture of you mostly.
Hi, you too, you too.
I was thinking when I was watching the video of me doing my improvisation, I had memories of watching you doing yours in Dublin.
Yeah, Giovanni was here too. He says hi.
Oh, hi back.
All right, so I'm just going to do a final call for questions, and then this is our last presentation for day one. Day two will start bright and early tomorrow. Again, all the information, the abstracts, the schedules, and the bios are all available on the website 21cguitar.com. There is a small change in the programming of the musical performances tonight. We are going to be starting the large ensemble works at 21:30 instead of 2200 hours. Just to avoid there's a half-hour gap that we need to close. So we're going to be basically playing the musical examples back to back instead of a gap in the middle. And I'm very excited by some of the pieces tonight. We have some guitar duos and also large ensemble works. But since from that, I'd just like to thank Martin so much for his time, especially with the questions. And we will move on to our musical performances. Thank you all.
Thank you. See you again soon.